Down the rabbit hole we tumble once again, to a place you remember, but have never truly been, where dim moonlight shines on an age long gone by, where stranger things are happening, and you very well may die. A wonderland unlike any you've ever seen before, captured by a darkness that will shake you to the core. Time is running out. The light is almost gone. Will you become a queen or perish as a pawn? Welcome to Building Wonderland, Nightmares and Dreamscapes. Good evening, everyone. Back to another edition of Building Wonderland, Nightmares and Dreamscapes. I'm your inimitable host, co-founder and head creative at Creative Catastrophe Games, Kyle Shaw, aka the Design Merc, here to pull back the curtain and show you how we're creating this brand new TTRPG world coming to Kickstarter later this year. Building the cover design for Module 3 of our 14 module campaign right now, and we are going to jump right back into it. See, we've got our cover art from the last episode already up, and while we were gone, while I was gone, what I should probably say, figured something out, had some thoughts. So we were talking in the last episode about how I wanted to go ahead and use both eyes of our heroine's face, Lorena, and go ahead and inject some images into them so it looked like she was, it was like a mirror to her eyes. But I was a little concerned that the eyes weren't large enough. You wouldn't be able to see full image of what we're trying to project in there with them. And while I was out, decided that that is in fact the case. Once this actually gets put onto a book cover, that eye is going to be fairly small. Book cover is a little bit smaller than what you're seeing physically on the screen. And the image that will be placed in that will be only in the iris, so it'll be, again, much smaller. On top of that, this is going to have to be repainted into a watercolor / impressionist style. AI doesn't always, kick out the exact style option we're looking for, so you do have to work with that. But I decided in the break that that is not going to fit well, because once we do that repaint, her features will be less detailed. It'll be more of a spread watercolor style, and in doing that, you will not be able to really delineate much out of the size of her eyes right now. So what we decided to do is switch this to working with a single eye. Now, single eye images can get a little creepy and a little weird. You got to be careful. You can't just blow her up, leave her eyeball right in the middle of the screen. That, unfortunately, will not look that great. You still need to see hair, part of her nose, her eyebrow. You still need to see other facial features around that in order to truly show, okay, this is a face. It's not just some creepy big eye sitting at you. What I'm afraid of is with this image that we currently have, blow this up, fit it page. The eyeball is larger. See, there you go. You do that, and you're really losing. Yes, you could do it there, but you're really losing quite a lot of the. I think that's enough. You can see the eyes still fairly small. You're really not going to be able to get image that I get in there out of that. But if you blow this up any more, this is the size I need. Can't really tell that's a face. It just looks like an eyeball with some hair. So, not really what I'm looking for either. Might have to do a little bit of a re-render on this. Because I don't think that's going to turn out as well as we thought. Now, the previous installation of it, where it was smaller, that might work. Like, that image is fine. But we kind of want that eyeball bigger. Wondering. Is the tricky part, because again, we had an idea going in of what we wanted, and now we're kind of shockingly at a crossroads. And that crossroads is, do we want to stay with something like this, which get away with? It's very comic book-y, not really the style we're going for. It's very graphic novel, yes. But it the look real quick, see what it looks like. Shading. You're gonna have to shade this eventually anyway. You gotta be able to see the Wonderland titling. You're not gonna want to see her full face without shadow. So put a little shadow in here. Most important to keep that eye lit. Take a look at that. A little bit better. We think. So it doesn't have all the shading up top, and we may have to change a few things, but let's see. What do we think, folks? I just don't know. I can tell you I'm not 100%. Not 100% on it. So let's take a look. Options we had. You have her eyes in here. This isn't bad. Play with this a little bit. Better that we not use the horizontal one, landscape, because we are going to have to build forehead and chin and all that fun stuff, and that's going to be a pain without it if we don't already have it. So maybe what we do is we go for and see, this becomes tricky because that is definitely her face. You blow it up, it'll just be one eyeball staring right at you on the book cover. That's the the angle. Is what's known as a designer's dilemma. Which direction do we go in? Take a look at this real quick and just game it out. That works. All right, we know how this looks. Not 100% on that. Not completely not sold either. Could go either way. But this is where you have to test things. You kind of have to play a little bit. Do some side quests. Got the right. We blew up her eyeball. Yeah, almost any way you do it, if you put the eye in the center of the screen, it's going to look weird. It's just going to look weird. Huh. I mean, I do like the angle better. But yeah, you're not going to see most of the face if you do it that way. When you back, yes, you see a face. Still not. You like that quite a bit better. Almost centered. Get it over here. Lose the nose. You get all this stuff over here you don't need. This. Well, kids, there's one way to find out. There is one way to find out. Blow this up a little bit more than what we got it at. A little bit. I think. See, now my concern is, look at this. Because it's so up close, there's really no way that we're going to be able to put a bead of sweat dripping down the side of her. I mean, we could, but it's going to look like a tear. Like, it's not going to... It needs to be coming off of her temple, not from outside her eye. Otherwise, it's going to look like some kind of weird fake tear or something. That is the dilemma, folks. See, before, we're going to use two eyes and put the crossroad sign for each side in each one. Do that. We're going to lose the fact that it's a crossroad sign. You definitely won't be able to see what the titles are of the locations. Not that that's completely necessary either. But once it gets repainted and it goes into that watercolor style, I'm not sure with the two eyes that you're going to be able to even tell that those are crossroad signs. We've got a much better chance of pulling that off if we show it in one eyeball, just her looking at both signs, trying to decide which one to go with. My only concern is that you're not really seeing the fear in her face. That makes it Very tricky. Very, very tricky. Honestly, I'd rather have both eyes. So we have both eyes. And we remove this. Well, like I told everybody in the last episode, sometimes you have to take the idea that you started with and you got to be ready to pivot, be able to zig, zag, adjust, depending on what you're seeing in front of you. Here, again, this won't be the final form for either. Obviously have quite a bit more editing to do, plus you have to be repainted. This point is just a guesstimate. Not going to see the bottom part of her face either, so. This to blend as well as possible. Chunk out. Did. Worries. I think number 2. Alright, so zooming all the way out here. And again, this stuff doesn't matter. Make sure we get enough the eyes. Everything we need to see. So I'm going to shading here. Very careful when you do this because you have to make sure shading is relative. You just start throwing shade up everywhere and hoping that it matches because it will not. Like having that black down there at the bottom. That's dark, right? Might not be too bad. All right, well, for right now, we're going to yank the shading. We're going to try to build with our couple of eyeballs here. Now, comes the fun part. Save this first. thing, mod 3. There we go. Okay. So we've kind of got it positioned right. Close enough. Now we just got to figure out how to get this iris, what we're looking for. The first step is going to be actually building what we're looking for. Now we may be able to build it inside an iris. We may have to actually mask it and lay it over it as a separate layer. We'll see, one or the other. The first thing we're going to do is we are going to take this image. Any image with one of these eyeballs in it is fine. Fit this right back into GPT. You know, go. All right. Tell GPT, hi assistant. Now I'm looking for a journey ready prompt. Image prompt. Gotta be specific. Will place hold post the reflection of an old signpost there are only 2 signs on the post. Type 2 opposite directions. Says Colgy Wood. There wood. What are woods? Woods? Woods. That's what I thought. Woods. Woods. Where things no name. All right. We're going to let GPT chew on this. I don't think it's going to be able to pull it out the way we're describing it, where it's actually putting it in the eye for us. I doubt that it's going to split them between the two. See, it even says if you want Midjourney to attempt the text, you can try that. All right, so let's take what it gave us. I'm not entirely sure it's going to work, but we're going to give it a shot. We are going to ask it to use these eyes. That's what we used, or we're using currently. Put them in there. Put the prompt in. Back to portrait. 4-3 or 3-4. Or 4-5. I think we're on 4-5. 4-5. And hit play. And let's see what we get. Now I'm pretty confident in believing that it's probably not to be able to fit the detail uh, into her irises herself. We're probably going to get them separately. So what we'll end up having to do is create just a separate image uh, without her face, her eyeballs, anything of just the signpost with the writing on it, and I'll have to superimpose that on top of her irises herself. That face for. I don't know if we're able to see the. That view in her eyes. I'm not sure that's going to be there. No. That will be pretty much all there is to this image. Once we get that overlay done of the signpost, um, we'll be able to uh, put this through repaint and should be good to go. Still thinking about it. Still thinking about it. While we're waiting, play with a couple different shading options here. See what we come up with. That's a little creepy, isn't it? Might have to do more the center of her forehead than just that eyeball. That's a great thing about shading in vignettes is it's all based on where you start vignette at. If I start it right here in the center of her eyes, that becomes where the light focus is. Now, if I start a little bit more left, I want to see that eyeball better. Go. Now it's very weird having the light focus right between her eyes. Good. Right here. Right. Left of center. Forehead. Still very creepy. Not the creepy we want. This is why you have to play, because you have to see how the lighting's going to affect what you're doing. Not bad, that might be better. Look at that. Bother me having her lips in there. That's not really Lorena's face. So you kind of want to hide that a bit. I don't know, kids. Oh, okay. And it absolutely did not do anything I asked it to do. Because we put this as an Omni reference, that was stupid. Let's go ahead and use it as an image prompt this time. Lessen the strictness of what's going on. Also wondering while we're here, can't this move? Face. See. Like I said, the face is integral to this. Like that's what has to that's what really has to work and kind of play with some other what's going on there. Oh, that's good. Now we know it can't put the signpost in her eyes. Seen that. She has a signpost drawn over her, lettering everywhere. Look at this. Like her forehead is a Declaration of Independence. Hey, two halls in wonks and went boulders noosed. Well, that's good to know. That wasn't even close to English. Although these eyes are pretty wild. Might want to go with something like that. Very interesting image. I can absolutely take those out. See, this is what happens. You're sitting there trying to do one thing, working with your AI, and it spits back something, and you're like, nah, this is not even close to what I'm looking for. And then you look at it again and go, but it has aspects that I like. I like the eyes. I like the positioning. I like the wisp of hair that's running like across her face here, right across the center. I think that's nice. I can get rid of it. You gotta see past that. Forget those. Forget those are there. This too. Get the one wisp there and this and this. And that might be better. We're going to give it a shot. Play with it. Let's play. Here we go. Now, granted, obviously, much more realistic looking image, but it's the angle that I'm looking for. We will have to kind of reduce size in it because remember, we've got bleed space we got to deal with. So we got to make sure whatever we're building at least fits inside this half-inch margin. So if I've got these two eyeballs, they both need to be within that half-inch margin. Otherwise, they could get cut off. We do it like this. There. There. See, this brings a little more of the fear. So that's what I was missing before. See if we can repair her face. Ridiculous sign. Now again, free AI. I can use a spot healing brush. I can go piece by piece through this entire signpost and just section by section wipe it away. Could do it that way. Takes forever. Still could do it though. What you noticed here is that when I highlighted the area that I wanted to fix. I did not highlight it correctly, so it looks like she's got a cut on her face now. Absolutely the look we want. What I should have done. A little more careful. Very difficult to do with the lasso tool. The lasso tool, you are on your own, kids. You're drawing the line around what you got to be real sure what you're doing. All right, let's try this one more time. Anyway, as I was saying, you could spot heal across this entire thing, clear all that out. Probably take you anywhere between 15 minutes to 30 minutes to clear all that out, and probably have to piece together some other sections of the face to cover this area and get the right coloring. But you can see here, even though we replaced this, and this looks a lot better than the last version that we had. Yeah, with this one, you see that direct line right there, right underneath her eye, where like pretty much where the bag would be. This at least blends that a little bit better. Yeah, I think we're gonna go. It introduces more hair. Don't want that. Just want this strand here and fix my cheek. We have to fix the cheek secondarily. We have to do it again. Too bad. Hair. Ooh, that's a horrible fix there. Never mind. All right. We're going to do this one more time. Sometimes that happens. We are digging into the eyelashes. Going around here. Digging into the eyelashes. Great. Into the eyelashes just so they have to redo the tips. Over here. And there we go. All right. All right, one more time. What I was trying to say is the old way, you'd have to take 15 to 20 minutes. You erase, not erase, but you spot heal this entire section. You have to take other pieces off of the image to make sure the coloring and the shading is right and replace those and kind of blend and merge them. And now you can just type in remove object into generative AI and it will do its best to take care of that area. Now, you are going to have to use your own brain and skills and look at what is best for your image. Like, this is great because it kind of removes this massive bag under her eyes, but it definitely shoves a bag right there and makes her eyelashes look a lot shorter than they do in the original. Plus, it's adding extra hair, which we really don't want to deal with. So we try a little bit more. Remember, every time you throw something in, and AI gives you options, you hit, no, that wasn't what I'm looking for, try it again. It now has done the first 3 options, and you're never getting anything close to that again. It's going to try different things because it thinks that up to this point, it's gotten it wrong. So now look at the bag. The bag is huge there. Yeah, we may have to do some finagling. And that's okay. Finagling is fine. Unfortunately, it seems like it wants to make her eye look very puffy, very separated from her skin tone, and we're not trying to do that. It's kind of close, but we're looking at that back out. Wonderful, right? So we're going to try it a different way. I'm going to go over here with our quick selection tool. Just highlight the sign. Just the sign. A little bit around the sign here. That's fine. Here, all of this is fine. Image. Otherwise, you will be a fully black line there. Not make you very happy. I know it. Any sense. Remove object. It's very quiet because I am not speaking very loudly. There we go. That's not too bad. Still quite bright. I think that looks okay. I really feel like it's making this area way too bright almost. Try it again. Well, then you need to crank up the volume, sir. Because this is the sound of my voice. No, it's hitting about 30, 24. It's in about 24, negative 24 dB. So, well, that's because you're listening through it through Discord. I am absolutely not whispering. I am using my entire voice. But thank you for checking in. Oh. Well then. Back to what we were doing here. Let's see if we can get her not a puffy face. That first one's not too bad. I'm still not very happy with that. No, what do you think? It's so bright. That's right, we can fix it. We will keep it there right now. And then what we will do is we will grab this area here, just on the edge of her puffiness. This whole thing. Do a blend object. Now, this may work, it may not. We're about to find out. It may give me garbage. That happens sometimes too. You type something in and it just loses it. Gives you something completely different. No. Well, it definitely did the opposite of what I asked it to do. It definitely did not blend any of that. So let's get rid of that. And what we will do, this boy over here, we'll get rid of him as well, or her, or them. And there we go. Move that off, take a look at her entire face, and then we'll come back to the shading and the flavor underneath her right eye there. That look. Okay. Rosy cheeks and everything. a little bit better, a little something to work with. We are going to get rid of all the way over. Get rid of this little hair here. By the way, this is not an AI tool I'm using right now. This is just a regular, everyday Photoshop tool that we have had for a decade plus. Spot healing brush. Go. Get some of this hair out of her face over here because I don't think it's necessary. I think it kind of muddies that up. I want it to be clear. That's her cheek. Dots and really. All right. That's a little bit better, a little cleaner. Hmm. I don't like the color change right in here. So now that we have the full face again, so wrap this, wrap that, there we go, and end it there, and try it again. Let's see if it can blend a little bit better this time. It might just cut it off again like it did before, but hoping that with it having that piece there, if we get another option on top of it, I can just blend whatever works best with that into this. Really concerned about the bag underneath her eye, so if I can get the right style for that, I can make everything else work. That's not too bad, but is that like age her? It's so weird. I'm not entirely sure what it's doing there. Yeah, still very puffy, not good, not good. Wow, that really is the best one, and that's horrible. Eble. See those like age lines. Bad. He's 19, 18, something like that. What are we doing? That's a little bit better. Making me happy, guys. None of these are making me happy. I mean, the nose on that one is better. Oh, excuse me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, not exactly what we were looking for. So we're going to take this one, and we are not going to use the majority of it. We are just going to use where it connects to the bridge of her nose, because that part works fine. shade our way to fixing this a little bit. Shocker, folks. My partner and co-founder is actually playing D&D tonight. Shocker. He is the D&D wizard. I am just the guy that makes pretty things. When you actually end up playing our campaign and you're impressed and intrigued at how amazing it is, you can thank him. Right. I don't know. I don't mind it that way for right now. Looks like she might, little puffy eyes from the crying, maybe the stress, the fear, who knows? Some of that might be in there. We might be able to use that. Let's go ahead and build the rest of the image. So let's get the rest of her forehead here. And again, like I said earlier about, fixing her cheek or, fixing any part of her face, I could spend the next 3 hours taking pieces out of her, repositioning them to build her forehead and build her hair and do it piece by piece and make it so it didn't look like she also had some form of leprosy. I could do it in 3 hours, great, but why am I going to burn 3 hours? I can just put a box around it and say, AI, do the same thing I was going to do, just make it quicker. It's using the same structure and features that I would be using. It's just automating the process and speeding it up. So it's really not doing anything, ridiculously magical. It's just taking the action that I would normally produce manually and batching it and turning it into a command, basically. All right, so let's clean this up a little bit. It got a little crazy with the splotchery. Not entirely sure why, but it did. I'm gonna get rid of some of this. Not all of it. Some of it is texture, but some of it is what? And again, we're just using our spot healing brush to kind of clean up some of this garbage. I think you guys are famous for saying AI slop. What you get direct from AI a lot of times can be quite sloppy. And you do have to do a serious amount of editing. Get things where you want them. All right, that's good enough for the where we're at. Okay, now we kind of have face. Let's go ahead and get sidelines here. Not even close enough. There we go. Done. Command. And not too shabby. Not shabby. We're going to go with that one. We're going to do the same thing. An image with similar style and composition. Love her eyes. Her eyes are gorgeous. Gotta figure out a way to use that. Probably also get rid of the blood spots that are like in the corner there. That's exactly a great look. Got here. There. All right, you know what? Step back because we skipped a step. We need to get rid of this hair that's running across her face. Really annoying. It is placed incorrectly. It needs to go. That first. And that'll make it easier when we do this right side to be clean about it. If we should even have her lip in there. Take out her lip completely. This is going to be faded a little bit. Like, it's going to be a little darker, so you're probably not going to see it anyway. I don't know. We need to have it in there because it's starting to look weird. Yeah, it's kind of starting to look like she has like Jolly Rancher stuck to her face. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to merge that because that's clean enough. We're going to take this little area here that does have her lip in it. We're going to remove that. So that doesn't end up being a competing object when we fill up this right side. And we're just over an hour in this episode, building the cover for Module 3 of Wonderland Nightmares and Dreamscapes, a 14 module TTRPG campaign that is kickstarting later this year. Right, we got rid of her lip there. Does that look weird? It does not really look weird. It looks okay. I mean, it looks weird there, but once we shade it, it won't look weird. Okay, let's go ahead. Things, and now we should be able to build this strip. There we go. I'm going to let it noodle that for a minute. Nice. All we're changing is the eyelash. All right, we're going to go with that. on there. We're also going to get rid of whatever is going on here. Like this little branch of hair that it decided to like shove in her forehead. I don't understand, and it's weird. Eyelashes are these two taller than everything else. It's the little thing. Right. Much better. Much better. That was pretty good. This particular hair, it is unnecessary, to say the least. Very in the way. Alright, so you get him or her, and we're going to get rid of that. Those and these, and thus end up with not having any hair particles right in her face, other than the one that's going right across her forehead. I like because that gives it some dimension. Now we're going to cut whatever this chunky, funky monkey is hair right now. Oh, D&D is canceled tonight. How dare they? How dare they? Scheduling is the death of campaigns. That's why we're going to give you an entire month to figure it out for every module. Well, of course it's better when I speak into the mic. It's getting like negative 12 dB. Not trying to make people deaf. All right. What have we done here? That's not too bad. Not too bad either. Hmm. See if it can slide this in just a little bit. If not, I may have to do it manually. It just looks weird having her like cheek just seem to go like straight down the. It goes straight down here. There's no arc. But we're gonna show you. I'm pretty sure she has blue eyes. Let me look here. Wrong one. I need monsters. Into the actual one sheet and make sure. I don't think we really decided what color eye she has, but in these images, it looks like she has literally every color under the sun. So we can kind of pick. I went with blue because I went with blue, and well, not because AI went with blue, but I think that blue kind of befits her. Um, the blue eyes and the blonde hair, I think, works pretty well with her. Um, of course, we can edit that as we go along. Um, shouldn't be a problem. I do want to get rid of these blood spots that are in her eye, though. What is going on there? Alice did have blue eyes in the Disney version. I believe she has. Doesn't she have blue eyes generally? I don't really know if they ever like hardcore went into that into the books. I don't think they did. Yeah, I don't think it was. I don't think it was mentioned either. Um, either way, all good. What? Oh, it would help if I could spell because I was unable to spell remove object, and I typed in renove objectg. I got whatever nonsense that was. Careful in your prompting, kids. Well, now this is going to be interesting because we put this cover together and we put the images we want inside the eyes. Uh, there's no stating who this is. Uh, so people may pick up this module and go, that's Alice's face. Maybe, maybe not. But only those that have watched this stream will know for sure, or those that visit YouTube in the days to come. All right, so we got the garbage out of her eye. Let's not make her look like she does a large amount of legal substances so we can get, there we go. That looks pretty good. I think they might think that. I think people might see this cover and they're going to think that this is Alice that we're talking about, and that's fine. Think away. You will be incorrect. All right, let's do that. And then I'm going to show you a little tricky trick here. Because I don't like that her face doesn't kind of arch in here just a bit at the bottom. There's no left cheekbone. No, she does not. She has no left cheekbone. It looks like she has one of those really long faces. So we're going to take this little chunk, raw her. Take that little chunky chunk. Okay, that didn't work out the way I wanted. This piece, right up in here, and blah blah. And we're going to distort. So we will slide this way. We will slide this way as well. We will slide a little bit of that over there. And that at least gives her a little bit of an angle. There we go. A little bit of an angle there. We want to angle it a little bit more further down, but we'll fix that in a second. Let's go ahead and we'll patch this little area in here. Angle crack that we just made. Poof, gone. And then we do it again. We go right about here. Pull. Same trick. A little bit like that. That, my friends, all you need. No, no, above the nose is okay, I think. We'll find out in a second. Let's see if this did the trick. It might have done the trick. Fix that up. We won't know until we zoom out. Kind of makes her look too young, doesn't it? Her face is pretty young. Maybe not that last curve. That last one was a little too much. Put it back here where we had it. Yeah. That actually works a lot better when you zoom out. Plus, again, this is going to be shaded a bit, so you're probably not going to see that angle. Yeah, I kind of do feel like her cheek needs to come out a little bit more, doesn't it? Yeah, I think you're right, Phil. Now, the more I'm looking at it, the more it looks like she's like flat-faced on the left, and it just doesn't read right. So, if we do this, yeah, that's what it looks like. All right, now, remember when I said earlier that sometimes you have to do surgery? This is basically plastic surgery without a real cheek. So we are going to not distort, we're going to warp this one because we need multiple points to be able to pull this cheek to. So we want to go ahead and pull it out here, pull it out here, put it back here. Down a little bit. I think we want to make it. Hate that they keep slapping menus right underneath my cursor. Can't see what's going on. That might be a little too roundy right there. That's not too bad. We are gonna have to fix everything you see under her nose, though. We're gonna stick right there for right now because I'm not entirely sure how puffy it is. I'll have to look at her other pictures before we do anything else. But then you've got this thin sliced line you gotta fix. Off the reservation there. It'll be tricky because it is right along her nose line. Look at that. It completely erased her nose. I knew it was going to do that. All right. There we go. That's about right. These dots right here, they are not necessary. All right. There we go. We got some cheek in there. Now let's go look at her one more time. Yeah, see, she's got those. She's got higher cheekbones. They're up here underneath her eyes, but you see how lightly they curve. It's just it's a very light curve and then just kind of jawline. Yeah, you see it right here. She's got a little light cheekbone right up there, and then it's just jaw. So this end right here might be a little too in, a little too cut. Lost a bit of the liner nose. We'll move that too, but we will do a little warping. There we go. Add a bit here. Chief. I'm looking for you. There we go. All right. And done. Now let's fix her up. So that line there. All of this. Here. See, this is just like a plastic surgeon having to get around suture lines, get around staples, any of that stuff that would end up leaving scars on your skin. They still have to get around all that. And I do too. All right. Leave that where it is. This, though. No, I don't like the way that looks. So we're going to go old school and just copy, paste. Slap that right there. Little, there we go. Do a little fading and a little merge, and now your cheek is normal. All right. Zooming it back out. That's much better. Much better. Okay. Now if we look back at her face. Yep. Yep, that actually tracks because her face kind of sharpens out right after the cheekbone. Like right after that curve, it kind of goes straight down right towards her chin. So I think we're a lot better off right there. I think that also makes her look a smidge older, which is okay. I do wonder though. Wonder if I take this. And I just tilt it this way. Now let's zoom out. Now how does that look? That? Or is it that? That. That. That's a tough one. That is a tough one. curve in is the way to go. Yep, I think that's angled the right way. All right. We're going to go with that. Like I said, we're going to fade it out later. You're not going to see it anyway. I don't want to spend so much time on that corner. However, that is there. Our Wonderland is in the right place. It seems. It seems to be. Okay. And now, back to the dilemma of the eyeballs. Well, and now that we have these gorgeous blues in front of us here, edit that a little bit because that is off. Now we have these gorgeous eyes. Now it's a matter of taking the next steps of building the crossroads sign and fitting them into the eyes. Now we have both the eyes here. The original idea, original plan, was to split the crossroads sign kind of in half to where one eye is seeing Togi Wood and the other is seeing woods where things have no names. That might be a little much for the size of this image. We're gonna find out. One moment, I got some eyelash issues going on here. What's happening? Crazy stuff with eyelashes. There we go. Eyelashes getting a little out of hand. Good deal. Now, crossroad signs. Got to go build those. So, we are going to bounce back over here to our GPT prompting. Say, thank you, assistant. Now I would like a prompt for the signpost and the sign. Sign should be at a separation in the road to two forests. All right, let's see if it can pick that out. I don't think it'll have a problem. It's right about time to turn some color on in here. Ooh, look who became blue. That would be me. One moment, let's see. Works being it's dusk now. Oh, how dark can we get? Oh, ambiance up in here. Hello, Remington. My younger boy cat, Remington Steele the Third. In the room. Remy. Here, buddy. Remington. Hear him, but I don't see him. Okay, well, when he shows up, he'll show up. All right, so for prompting, what do we got here? We've got makes a signpost in question focal point and reads, yeah. Okay, we're gonna back off of Lorena here and see if it can just give us signpost. Dark water. Painting. Paper texture. That. All right, let's give it a shot. Now it has no style reference, no flavor reference, no image prompt, nothing with it. It's just a straight prompt. So this could go off the reservation. We don't know yet. We'll see. See what it comes up with. Either way, back here with our image. Wonderland logo there. Go ahead, throw a mask on. See what this is going to look like. Do center of the eyes like we did last time. Go down here. Oops, wrong way. Not really liking that positioning. Try it from the eyeball. Compelling. Compelling. Ooh. I kinda like that. I kinda like that. That might be it. See, and this is why you mess around. Because sometimes when you mess around, the right thing shows up. That's pretty solid. I can see her nose, I can see the other eyeball, but they're just out of reach. That is very interesting. Also, by the way, I completely did that wrong. So we're going to have to do it all over again anyway, but at least I know how I did it. I accidentally did not put a mask on top of this image, so it just faded the actual whole image rather than putting a mask over it that I can turn on and take off as I like. So we're gonna have to kind of backtrack a bit, even though this is the right answer. We're gonna have to step back, bring it back to the real level here. There we go. I deleted the last mask and didn't put a new one on. So yeah, several undos, several undos. All right, so we focused on this eyeball, and we did it far out. Let's zoom back out a little bit, just whole picture here. So we did it far out, a little bit closer, far out again. Nope, see, that's not right. That is not correct. I'm going to be really upset if I backtracked to do it the right way and can't get it to look as good as the last time. Because that would absolutely happen to me. uh, that's pretty close. That's pretty close. One more. There we go. I think that's it. Uh-huh. All right. So we we pulled it off. We were able to get back to where we were. Oh, you know what? I didn't put the mask back on. I did it again. Wow. I am just having a moment, guys. A momentito. All right. One more again. We go out to here, out to here, here. Am I missing a meeting, or is it just not getting dark enough fast enough this way? Is that what's going on? And that doesn't look right. That doesn't look the same. It's tricky. It is very tricky. Yeah, it actually doesn't matter the direction, it matters the distance. That's the trick. Hmm. That's not it. Hmm. I don't think that's it either. So here's what we're gonna do. We can't seem to get this right. We're gonna do it twice. So this one doesn't have the mask on it, which is what we did accidentally twice before, but got the result that we wanted. And it's also entirely possible that the reason that it looks better when we do it this way than the other way, like this, is specifically because we're not using a mask on it. It's entirely possible. Entirely possible. Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to do one more far out here. Nope, that was too much. A little bit further out. We almost got it. No, I think that's it. And we just have to shade a little bit in here lightly. Fine. All right, so we have this, right? Great. But that's not the right way to do it. And I'll tell you why it's not the right way to do it. Because if I don't have a mask on here and I go and I try to put the signpost in her eyes, it's putting the signpost in her eyes with the shading already over it. And I'm bringing in a signpost that is full brightness, no shadow. It's not going to match. It's not going to work right. You're supposed to put the signpost in the eye first and then do the shadowing. I was just messing around, just trying to see, what shadowing was the right direction to go in, what corners needed to be dark, what corners need to be light. Just messing around. Just so we happened to hit the right look. Well, now I kind of have to backtrack because of that. Because I can't just keep it like this and put the signpost in there. It won't look right. Um, so we do have this to kind of gauge by. That's what it's supposed to look like. Now let's go put a mask on it and essentially do the same process we just did and try to get the same result. Yeah, see, look at that. It just doesn't look the same, does it? Like there's that, and then there's that. You know what? We're going to do it the hard way. We're going to do it the way you're not supposed to do it. How about that? Just to show you that, you know what? It doesn't matter. I'm not going to work with anything. So, we still don't seem to have crossroads here. What's going on? Apparently, you're frozen. What are we doing here? Okay, everything just stopped for absolutely no reason whatsoever. There we go. Just taking too long. Okay, and none of these signposts will work. All right. Go back to the drawing board here. Hi, assistant. Please recalibrate the last prompt request so that the following is true. Signposts must face opposite directions. One will point to the left and say, and is titled Woods Where Things Have No Name. And one will point right and is titled Tolkien Wood. Signpost is at the crux of a forest path that leads two directions. I need to see both paths branching off in the background of the image. Signpost is weathered. Background is a wooded clearing with forest surrounding it. Now, we may not need all these details. I have no idea. It might use some of them, it might not. But the whole point is that we need to be able to give it as many options as possible so that it can kind of choose for itself how it wants to frame it. All right, we got one. I don't really know if it's ancient, but we'll take it. No, we do not want a highly detailed cinematic story book illustration. We want a watercolor and impressed These aren't bad. Like this is a pretty decent signpost. Obviously, it did not write things the way it was supposed to on there. Um, but it definitely doesn't point to a forest of any kind. Those look like, I don't know, it looks like a cave of some kind. Um, this is still very cavey as well, and they're both going to the same location. Like they're not crossing. They need to cross. Like this crosses. That's the way they're supposed to look. This is just what is going on here. All right. While that is working its way through the system, like we said, we are going to do it the hard way. I think this is the right way to go with the cover, but we do want to save that just before I start messing with it. Oh, hey, not what I was going for. This, that, that. Maybe too much. The other trick to this. The trick to this is you want to leave enough back here that you can see that that's her forehead, but you also want to darken behind the Wonderland, so you can see that better. The problem is that when you darken behind this part of the Wonderland, it ends up making her eyebrow look ridiculously bushy. And that is not what we're going for here. I just a little bit of love. I almost think we're not going to get it. Yeah, I know. Bill says I should tweeze her eyebrows, but let's see. How bushy does she look here? No, 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 no. You're right. You're right. You're right. She's got thinner brows. I don't know. That's looking a little deep there. But again, if I try to tweeze them with the shadow on it, may not work the same way. About to find out. Let's see what we can see. It would be amazing if I could go into Photoshop and type in tweeze eyebrows. That'd be hilarious. Guarantee you if I did, it would take the area that I've ensorcelled and encircled here and just put one big eyebrow in it, like right in the center, right on top of what I was doing. It wouldn't even match. More like a Groucho Marx eyebrow, just right on top of the eyebrow I already have. Whoa, hey. Now we're getting excessively hairy. All right, that might have been the wrong way to go. That was the wrong way to go. Okay, so too big an area, way too large for it to pick up on. So let's just take it down a notch here. See if we can just remove this little piece a little bit at a time. Little itty bitty bits. All right, something. Me. Did that really do the job? All right, I'll give you that. It's not quite as unkempt, although it also does not blend. Thank you so much. We're going to blend that a little bit. Doesn't look like trash on her forehead. Daisy it. Go there. That. Here. How I like that shit. See if it will this down a couple of notches. I don't think it's going to. I think we're asking too much of AI, but we're going to find out. Okay, now it just looks like you have weeds in your eyebrows. Oh, that's a little bit shorter. Yeah. Yeah. Not quite as... No, I guess it... This actually looks a little bit shittier. You know, I got a question. Why am I going through all this effort? Sometimes, I tell you guys, sometimes my brain is just not... It's just not screwed on straight. We're going to take this whole thing here. Do a little shrink. Just like this. Just a little bit like that. Just like that. There we go. That's it. Okay. All right. Now, unfortunately, because we did the shadow first, which again, the wrong way to do things, you can see a lot of the shadowing around here. You can see the shadowing around the edge of her eye right here, and we can't really get rid of that because there's eyebrow underneath. So, what we kind of have to do is get rid of her eyebrow, like entirely. And 1, 2, 3, Lorena loses her eyebrows. Or at least her eyebrow. Poof! And is she scaly under there? Those really excite me. That's probably the best one. Alright, so what you gotta do is you gotta merge these two together. Otherwise, you won't be able to get rid of this weird line that it puts around freaking everything. Nope. Definitely does not want to mess with that. We're just scarring up Lorena right and left. There we go. Sometimes you gotta play a little game with the machine. It does what you want it to do. This is one of those times. Will it fix her brow? It will not. It will ruin it further. Alright, well, that fixes a little bit of it, but we're going to have to do some fading. Knew that we would. Look at that. That doesn't even look right. Yeah, so you got a little bit of discoloration here, and it's not the worst thing because you won't be able to really see it later. We know it's there now because we're sitting there messing with it. But in the grand scheme of things, you won't end up noticing it very much at all. I'm going to put this crazy piece over it. And then we're going to fade this in. There we go. Fading right along. Clean up the pieces. There we go. Wherever that is, right there. Alright, and now her eyebrow is substantially shorter than where the hell it was a few minutes ago. That being said, put that there, and hopefully, if we merge all these together, and we have to, I'll put the mask on there, we don't need that. Now, there we go. Hey, what do we think about that? That, the right look. You see how light her forehead is right there? That's what I want to get rid of. I want to do a little that, little of that. And there you go. You can still get her eyebrow in there. A little bit of shading. There we go. Yeah, I think that's the right look. I think that's the right look for it. All right. Let's save that. We're going to call this face 1. We're going to call this face 2. Need these faces anymore? We do not need that one, and we do not need that one. We're going to dump these faces because those are no longer useful. anymore. All right, so we are down to our face. Not too shabby. I am much happier with that image than I was before. Let's go take a look. Midjourney has popped up. All right, all right, all right. I'm seeing some signs here. Okay. Okay. Hmm. I mean, we are going to blur out what's around signs. So the question is making sure that the signs look the way that you want them to look. Now the other problem is, if you notice, like this particular sign right here, this would be great except for whatever this nonsense is going on right here. Looks like somebody decided to build a birdhouse at the bottom. And they're pointing in the wrong directions. If we're looking at where the paths go, why are the signs pointing this way? Makes no sense. Well, Phil is out for the night. Good night, sir. Get some sleeps. Let's see. So we're going to need to flip these. Now, that sounds easy. It's not because of the perspective. So I can't just cut this and flip it that way. It won't work. Well, you know, you rotate it. If we flip it, it won't work. If we flip it, it'll maybe. Maybe we flip one. Maybe we do a 180 on the other one. We do a rotation rather than a flip. So let's play with it. This isn't the worst, but also not the best. But you see what I'm saying about how there's no way that I could just take this and like slap it in a module. It's the words are not spelled correctly. It's not facing the right way. There's a bunch of all over the screen that I got to get rid of. That doesn't help. It's like 60% there. So we're going to turn off our previous layers. We're going to drop this image right in the middle here. Edit it as is. I don't know why, but AI loves to put little writing and things in random places. It annoys me. So remove that first. All right, let's get rid of that. Super important. It's really just more for my ADD. We're going to get rid of this whole section down here so it doesn't annoy me either. What we're going to end up doing is you see a couple of neat little tricks here in a few minutes, because not only are we going to wipe the text off of these signs and have to manually put it back in and imprint it in the wood so it looks like it's in the wood. But we're also going to have to superimpose this on the eyeball, which is going to be real interesting. You're not going to want to miss that. So let's fix this part of the signpost. I don't know what the heck is going on here, but it looks like somebody tried to build a birdhouse with several doors. It is not birdhousing. There we go. That's what I was talking about. I just want a post. Yeah, I think it's more like that. That will be direction. Okay. We got a post. We got signs. Need move this none. Those are wrong. So we're going to move that. We are just over the 2-hour mark here on our current episode. Run episode 11, I think. Look at that. Very nice. Very nice wood texture. Out, and that looks like, yeah, that looks good. We roll along with that. Get rid of this part. Oop. Now, more than likely, because of the way that it's designed these, once we flip them and put them on the right side and we decide to put the words on them, this bottom one more than likely is going to end up with the Tolgi wood text, and the top one will end up with the other. And there is an actual reason why. It's not just me randomly picking things or trying to make it easy on myself. It is specifically because when you look at these signs, whatever sign is on top is going to cast a thin shadow at one point, like it does here on this bottom sign. It will be easier to read the shorter text with that shadow covering it than it will be to read the more complex text with that shadow over it. You'll miss a lot more. So it probably should be, the complex stuff should be on top, so it's not covered by that shadow. Just thinking ahead a little bit, that is all. All right, going to do not remove all of these in one shot. That will not go well for you because AI will mess up all of your wood grain. You've got to do it one at a time. You do the whole thing, it's more pixels it has to manipulate, it's more things it has to pull from around the area that you selected to bring in content, and that makes it more difficult for it to pull that off. More space, or the more content you're actually trying to pull. So smaller areas, more likelihood of you getting an accurate response. Right, just after 9 p.m. here on the East Coast. This is Building Wonderland, Nightmares and Dreamscapes. I am your host, the Design Merc. We are slipping into the nighttime hours, and therefore slipping into the nighttime voice. A little bit here and see what this. Keep that wood grain going. Not look too up right there. Cut this. There we go. One little section at a time. That should be too much of a problem because we will be putting text back over it. See what it does when you take every section at one time. My money's on a mess. Ooh, there we go. I didn't do too bad. Good job. That's okay. There we go. Look at that. Too shabby. All right. Now we got 2 blank signs. They're just going in the wrong direction. So, how do we move them? Well, first sign here. Going to copy, paste and place. And then we are going to flip it horizontally. And look at that. Now that's going that way. Still the wrong direction. Like I said, it needs to go that way, which it's not going to be able to do what you do. We just burned a bunch of time trying to flip these around. Not going to work. So, the best way to, excuse me, to do it is to image prompt with this one, since that's the one we were using. Each with signposting, accent, this splits as one wooden point away to the left, away to the right. Crossed and mounted on the same page post. Below for the crack warp. All right, try that. So yeah, unfortunately, that sign was not going to work because we do need signpost to be facing away from the viewer, not pointing towards the viewer. That would make no sense if the sign was written that way and was pointing towards you. Next thing we have to ask ourselves is, okay, that's the face. We're going to impose signpost over her eyes. Normally, if you're seeing that, it would be a. So would you really be able to read it? Probably not. But for the purposes of our readers and players and DMs, we are going to try to make it as readable and understandable as possible and not as confusing as we can. So, this is looking pretty good. Our module information will end up going right down there. That will fit perfectly. Love those eyes. They look great. A little concerned that it doesn't have a black center, but then again, that doesn't either. You're really looking at light, I guess. Not as bad. Here we go. Right. All right. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. Okay. Each one signpost. Pass. There are only 2 signs. Let let's get one sign points away to the left because it's going to get wrong anyway. Right. Down the path left. Other wooden points down the path to the right. Try that. It's going to be really key that we get those going in the right direction. I'm going to have to play with it a little bit just to make that happen. Oh, while we wait, we're about 2 hours and 15 minutes into this particular episode. Probably be here just a little bit longer. I would like to try to finish this up tonight, if at all possible. Not every cover has to take 3 years to build, and just together in, say by the time we're done, it'll be about 6 hours, maybe a little bit longer. Now this is a little bit better, although that does not look like 2 paths. It looks like 1 path. I'm not impressed with any of these. We're going to try one time, and we're going to try it without prompt. See if it does a better job. I'd like you guys to notice that in these 4 images that we just pulled in here, I not only specifically said 2 signs, I said 2 separate paths. The signs point away down the path. And you'll notice that this has 3 signs. This has 2.5 signs. None of them point down the path, and you don't see a split anywhere. That just goes to show you that even though you are specific with your words in a prompt, it does not mean it is going to listen to you in any way, shape, or form. Now, I'm seeing a lot of 2 sign posts here. See, this really annoys me because literally told it that it's split into 2 paths. That does not mean you put a stone in the middle of a road and wrap the road around it and it comes right back to where it started. That's not 2 paths. What is this? What is this nonsense? That way or that way, and if you keep going, you just go to the same place? Like, what's that? Not very good. Okay. Back to the prompting genius. Okay. Assistant. Need to drill down a bit on this prompt. All of the images have the signs pointing the wrong way they should be. Down the path, away from the sign, pointing towards the person viewing the cover. Also, the signpost is continually in the middle of a road, and the road signpost needs to be not be in path, but be pointing towards the paths. It is still in the middle forest. I don't know if it's going to get that, but that's what I'm thinking. So that's how we start massaging what we're looking for. Okay. Well, and see, this is the nuance that you can get through, having it pop out with GPT, than trying to necessarily dump the right content into your prompt yourself. It's coming back and saying, you know what, the problem might be is that when we're describing a crossroads, Midjourney is interpreting that to literally mean the signpost is planted inside the intersection. Instead, what we want is the signpost as an object, like in front of the fork. So we're going to try this version, see if this works. I don't need signs to read anything because that complicates matters. We'll get rid of that. Right. One more try. Let's see what we can get. And see what we're going to have to do once we actually lay that over the actual iris of the eye. It's going to be very interesting because you can't just lay it. You can't just lay the signpost flat on top of that eye because your eye is convex. It's got a curve to it. What we're going to have to do is we're going to have to lay the signpost over the eye, and then we're going to have to map it and wrap it. We're going to map it, we're going to wrap it, and then we're going to be able to bend the edges and bend it around the curve of the eye, so that it does bend with that rather than just a straight image that you're implanting on there. It won't look real. We go. This is a little bit better. All right. Something. Not the sexiest signpost. That's a little bit better. We're going to give it one more try. That's not even a painting. That is a manufactured picture. Love how it listens every time. Go. Okay. I don't understand why it cannot just make more, like, I'm sorry, but when I think of a crossroads sign, I think of two signs that do this. What I don't understand is almost every depiction I've ever seen of a crossroads sign, that's what it looks like, right? So explain to me, when you type that in to a prompt, and this thing is supposedly pulling from other artists and other sources that are that already exist. Where does that sign exist? Where is that? That's not even close. Where is this? I don't even know what that is. It's like half a sign? What the? This is what bothers me. So we're gonna try that as the image prompt. That the actual prompt. See if we can get it. Again, a lot of the time that you're spending, or at least that I would be spending, um, a lot of the time that I'm spending here with Midjourney and having it regenerate options because I'm not liking what I'm seeing, it's the same time that I'd be spending bombing around the web, looking at stock photo sites, looking at clip art sites, looking at asset sites, and coming up with the pieces that I would need to make this sign. So I'd either have to make each piece myself, like find a post, find the two sign pieces, put those together. I'd probably have to make that entire image, and then I'd have to have something repaint it or repaint it in Photoshop because it would probably be a more realistic bunch of pieces rather than something that was watercolor or something like this. So it would take an extensive amount of time just to get to close to this, close to what we've already got here with Midjourney. But that's the way we used to do it. Now these are a little bit closer, still the wrong direction. Still not what I am looking for. So yeah, you just keep on hitting regenerate until you get what you want, or you get closer to what you want. Um, what we may end up having to do is deconstruct the signpost and make it the way we want. Um, Technically, we could do the signpost any way we wanted, but I'm looking for a certain look here. Some things need to be very specific, and this is one of those. We want to make sure that what she's seeing makes sense to where it's not pointing towards her, it's pointing away from her. She's making a choice of where to go, not where she's been. So I think that's a pretty specific point that needs to be taken care of. Let's see what we got here. One more run. And some of them are pointing the right way. All right. Okay. Well, that's kind of pointing the right way. That's kind of aren't absolutely horrible. Or something like that. All right. What we're going to do right now is we are going to take a bathroom break. I think we've been going for, yeah, roughly 2.5 hours now. Take a little bathroom break, grab a snack, and we will come back and pick up where we left off and get these road signs knocked out and get them planted into that eye. Everybody take a break, and we'll see you in a few. And we're back. Thanks for tuning in to Building Wonderland, Nightmares and Dreamscapes. I am your host, the Design Merc, here creating new things and new worlds every hour, every day. And boy, is this not getting it right. So we switched over to using GPT to come up with this particular image, since Midjourney was just not making it happen, and it doesn't appear that GPT is able to do it either. Every single time, it can't comprehend signs, crossing, and pointing that way. It's all pointing this way. Point that way. So, none of those look right. So, try this again. I'm going to give it one of Midjourney images, just like this. Try it one more time. And sometimes that happens. It used to be, and again, this is how times change constantly, and you have to keep up with them. Just let's say 6 months ago, just 6 months ago, using Midjourney for the majority of our advanced clip art, all the graphics that we yank pieces from and cut up come through there. Well, there's some things that Midjourney just is not good at. It does not write words very well. You end up with missing fingers and extra limbs, and an eyeball kind of out of place. Sometimes that happens. But 6 months ago, tough cookies. You could maybe try DALL-E, you could try Firefly, you could try a couple different options that were out there as far as image generators, and just kind of bounce around. But none of them were really as quality as Midjourney is. Well, now 6 months after that, these days you got GPT-2 images, which if you can't get it done in Midjourney, you can drop it in GPT images, and while it's not going to give you the same style and the same build as Midjourney, sometimes, not all the times, but sometimes it actually is better than Midjourney at accuracy. Not necessarily a better image, but being more accurate. Hmm. And now I'm just being mean to GPT, because when you ignore my commands enough, I'm going to start getting mouthy. And unfortunately, from what I actually read about AI prompting and the wizards that build all this stuff, they say that if you are more kind of not really combative, but more direct with AI and more, yeah, what's the right word for it? If you're more of a taskmaster and you say, no, you didn't get that right, fix it. You're incorrectly reading this. Correct your judgment, recalibrate. Like if you're pushing it and saying you're doing this wrong, you're doing this wrong, you're doing this wrong, it pays attention more than it would otherwise. Now, see, here's our problem. This is what I'm talking about. Sign's pointing the wrong way. I don't understand why I can't get a sign that points that way, and a sign that points that way. It's not that hard. It really shouldn't be. But this is just like a few weeks ago when I was trying to get Midjourney to put together a mock-up image of 14 blank modules so we could lay the covers over them if we wanted to do that for an image. Put that prompt in. It gave me every number of books other than 14. Every other number except for 14. Now that tells me that unlike putting that prompt in and it giving me every number including 14, that just means that it's not paying attention to the number at all and it's just spitting out whatever random amount it feels like for that particular image. But the fact that it's choosing every other number except the one that I actually asked it to use tells me that it's intentionally ignoring what I'm asking it to do. And it does that a lot, whether they want to admit it or not. It ignores your direct request. So this is not what I was looking for either. The signs are pointing towards me. They need to point the opposite direction. This should not be that difficult, people. It really should not. But these are the kinds of things that AI has a hard time with. So what I may have to do, take one of these images, rip the signs off the post, and reattach them in the right direction that they're supposed to be. Ugh. And then flip it back into AI so it builds it properly in the right style and go from there. Or not. Maybe I'll just cut it up, chop it up, sew it together myself. But this is getting ridiculous. Let's see. Nope. Same problem. Same problem, wrong way. Okay. So what we're going to do is we are going to... Yeah, why not? We'll take this one. We take this one? What do you think? This one? No. None of those look that great. Oh. Sneeze. No, maybe not. Not bad, but it's just not. Be better off going with one of these. They're just as wrong. Yeah, I kind of like this one because the actual signs are right. Like if you look at this right here, like those are the right, shape ish. They're just not the right direction. So the road's wrong in the back. That's why we didn't do it. Well, you probably won't see that anyway. Probably not going to see too much past the sign. Yeah, I don't think any of these are going to be right either because it didn't get the pathway thing right. No. Let's go with the GPT versions. Definitely not the style that we're looking for, but we'll fix that. Jeez. Horrible. All right. We're going to take this one, I guess. Trust me, I am not happy about it. And this goes back to what I was saying in the previous episode. You're going out as a digital designer and you're looking for clip art, you're looking for content that you can chop up and turn the thing that you want. And what you have to choose from is literally whatever's out there on the web and whatever you can find in stock photos, whatever you find in clip art, whatever you find in whatever services are out there. There's a bunch of different things that offer you different elements that you can use and purchase. Now with Midjourney, you have it creating your clip art, but man, it's almost more difficult because you're kind of expecting it to be able to make what it is that you're asking it to make, because you can certainly go in stock photos and search for the shit you actually want to use and you'll find that. So prompting is almost like searching. They're kind of symbiotic when it comes to this particular part of the process. Um, but then with searching, you type in those keywords, it gives you essentially what you're looking for. You type in a prompt and you get whatever AI decides to give you. It's not it's not as simple as I typed in 5 words and it read all 5 of those words and it gave me all 5 of those things. You would think that's how it works. That is not how it works. It'll give you 3 of those things. Well, I'm sorry. It'll give you 2 of them exactly as you asked. It'll give you 1 of them kind of halfway. The other 2 it'll ignore, and then it'll add 3 more things you didn't ask for. That's what it does. So it's not as simple as it looks, kids. All right, so we are going to rip this bad boy up. We're gonna yank this sign out here. Copy that. We're gonna paste it. We're gonna turn it off. Take this sign right here. We're going to put a box around it. Well, not really a box, but put a line around it. We're going to copy it. We're going to paste it. Turn it off. Then what we're going to do, we are going to do the whole thing over again. This time, we're going to remove that whole sign, so it won't be there anymore. Because it is now officially in my way. And there it goes. It is gone. Look, that looks okay. Ooh. Yeah, let's go with number 2 here. It was pretty good. We're going to merge these 2 together. Now we're going to get rid of this part of the sign. Leave us with just the post, the whole idea. And gone. Very nice. Very nice. Hey, if they do that. Yeah, the first one. And we're going to get rid of whatever this nonsense is in the center here, because it looks like somebody tried to shove 2 posts together. Not the look we want. Here we are. Better. Okay. We got our posts. That sign. All right. Got our post. Got 2 signs that are going the wrong damn way. You going to try to maneuver these. Post is facing the wrong way. But if we put it there. I guess we put it like here, but behind the post. Put it like this. Put it behind it. Like it's facing like this angle. All right, so we will take this lovely little image here. We'll do some distortion and look at that. That is the way the sign is supposed to point. Shocker. I don't understand why that was hard. Gotta figure out. Now you have to play with it to get the right angle, what you're looking for. Not hard, you just gotta play with it a little bit. So like if we did this up here, or down here actually, we did this, put it there, that looks like it's pointing that fucking way. I don't know why that was so hard for AI to do. Alright, so if we have it like this direction, and that's kind of the way that we want it to point, it's not big enough, like size-wise it's not big enough, kick back to free transform directly from distortion and make it big enough so it fits. I think we're pretty close, like right there. Go back to distort. There we go. Trying to get the right angle is so tricky. There we go. That's it. So yeah, we want one sign that goes here and another sign that goes there going the other way. Like, I don't understand why that was so freaking difficult for it to figure out. It is just beyond me. Anyway. We're going to go with right there. Now, a couple different ways we can merge this together. Easiest to try will actually try to overlay it. It's not going to work. But it will get rid of all the edging around. See all that edging there? Yeah, it gets rid of all that. What we can do is we can do the darken on it. And then we can duplicate that layer. Do the real color. And do a double overlay. There we go. So now when we go to mask this. We go a little too far and hit the edge of the signpost or the sign itself, it won't penalize us for that. Because you've got the underlayer underneath it, the under overlay, at the bottom as a base. That's not something we want. All this in here. This nonsense. That was. There we go. All this stuff. Extra. That's. Here we go. Better already. Very nice. Make sure you clean that. Got to look like it fits right in that spot. You cannot have trees and ghost images and whatever other garbage is floating around. Got to line up properly. Getting there. Bottom one, we have to get rid of some extra stuff here. Hey, there's my boy Remy. Hi, Mr. Rems. Come. Big boy kitty, big boy. And off he goes. The lunatic. Alright. Clean this up a little bit here. And we're down at the bottom. Yeah, well, not here, but crazy. Garbage here that we can't really see. There we go. This not. Up a little bit. Go, that's clean. One up is all extra shadow. It is not called for. You. Ooh. Hey. Wrong layer. There we go. This. A little bit of detail merging. All right, and now we essentially have a sign. Essentially what we have. Now it does say that way, and we're not going that way. That'll work. Now we got to do take this sign which is going this way. Fix that up. So it's pointing in the right direction. Take that. I think we're going to need to distort this. Well, we just messed that all up, so let's start over. First, I think we need to rotate a bit the angle. Yeah, it kind of has to go there. Yeah, see, I feel like this has kind of got to go that way. I think it's just... Well, that's the right direction. Well, we're going to try it. We're going to play with it and see if we can make it happen. I think that may be the right direction, but I think that the back end here, oh, this nonsense. I don't think that's going to come over very well, but we'll try. Yep, no. Not going to do it. No. I'm going to take this sign. And make it work for us. Let's see. see how that looks like it's heading down the road here? Tail end over here is just too bad. Let's retransform it. Just a little bit bigger. There we go. That is what I've been looking for the past hour. I don't understand why I couldn't come up with that, but these are the times we live in. So, we gotta do. Make it ourselves. This nonsense. Now remember, it doesn't have to be exact. It doesn't have to be perfect. We are going to wipe off what's on these signs. Anyway, let's go ahead and merge the whole thing together. Just about the way we want it. Let's go ahead and remove these right here. Boom. Shaka and Laka. That. Get rid of this nonsense underneath here. Remove object. And we may or may not even use this image. Like I'm just building this so I can flip it back into Midjourney and have it reissue me another image similar to this. But that's essentially what I was going for. No idea why I couldn't figure that out on its own. Sometimes them's the breaks. So we crop this into an image twice. You have to do that. And we drop it as a JPEG in here and just do a signpost. Just like we did her eyes. Sometimes you gotta make your own and fit it in there separately. That off. Go back to our previous Wonderland cover. We go back into Midjourney and we say, hey, this is what I'm talking about. It'd be nice if you could figure it out. Looking for. Boom. Let's give it one more shot. We'll give it a couple more shots, but you know what I mean. So it's gonna run with that. Make it run another one while I'm at it. Yeah. Any? Another one. We've got two going. Now we go back into our image here. We do happen to have a signpost. It may not be the signpost, but it is a signpost. So let's go ahead and see if we can, I don't know, test this out, superimpose this sucker on top of her eyeball. Now if you look, at her eye. Obviously, it's circular. It's going to have a bit of a curve to it. So when we put that image in there, we're going to have to curve it slightly with the curvature of the eye, which is tricky as all get out. But let's just see what this overlay looks like. So if we box it like yo. All right, so I want to copy that, turn this off, I'm going to paste it. Here comes the fun. Way is it going to appear best? Through well, it definitely ain't that, that's for sure. Well, none of those make me happy, so this is going to be even more interesting. So we're going to make this a little transparent so we can see where it fits in the eyeball. That would be where it is. Let's try. All right, and now what I'm going to do, just because I can, I am going to rotate this a bit because that's the way her eye is. I'm going to rotate it just a bit. Yeah, that's about right. Now what we have to do, we have to try to warp the image a bit. It has to map around the eyeball. We map the image around the iris, just like this. There, get that out a little. See how this is starting to resemble an eyeball? The idea. There we go. Now, this is the fun part because, okay, you have that image in her eye, but it's not the right angle. So you take these 4 dots in the center, these 4 crosshairs, and this is where you start bending. You bend it to meet the curve of the eye. So this is going to go up here a little bit. Just like that. And if you do it right, what you'll end up with is all of these lines will end up facing what you're looking at. You can actually see it come off of where you are with the eyeball, where the eye is looking forward, it's looking out here. You're going to bend it just so that's what it's seeing. And you just got to keep on playing with this so you get it right where you want it. And it is tricky, I'm not going to lie to you, because what you have to do is you have to figure out, okay, where exactly is her eyeball in this? And how is this going to look to her? When she's viewing it from where she's at. Tricky. Very tricky. That's what we want. We want a little bit of bend there. It's a little bit. Just like that. Alright. So let's say, for all intents and purposes, that's it. Boom. Have it there. Now, obviously, that's the full color. Cover over all of that, you're not going to be able to see anything because the detail is just too much in the eyeball, right? Crazy. What we're going to do. How best to approach? Because you're not going to be able to see the signpost unless you see her eye. So we have to get very tricky about how we shade this. It's going to be fun. We kind of want it at about 70. Yes, that's good enough. And then we take our wonderful little masking abilities. We start fading in the iris itself. The important part is to go around evenly to start. There's going to be some areas that you know you can get away with, like up here towards the top where this is. It's very dark there, so you're not gonna see the whole thing. But you see how we got the edge now, and you got the edge of the color. That's the important part, because you need to be able to see the edge of the eye. Let's get the edging out first, just like this. There we go. Clean this up just a little bit, just like that. Okay. Then what we can do is we can go a little bit closer and just edge out some of this area here. So you get more of her eye. go. We just keep on coloring and blending until we are comfortable. And then we make it a little bit darker, like 75%. And go back and do a little bit of edging around here. We want to really define where the eye is. Now the question is, if I put that there at like 85%, will you be able to even see it? It's very tricky, very hard to see. Probably put it like this. See, I wonder if we're going to have to color in the eye more. Because you really can't see the iris in the middle there through that. So that's a whole other problem. Well, let's leave that where it is for a moment. Let's go check Midjourney and see what it came up with. And it came up with a bunch of friggin' nonsense, is what it looks like. Okay. That's got possibilities. Also possibilities. Nope, facing the wrong way. Hey, there we go. That could be something. You know, looks pretty much like the one we have. Yeah, pretty much like the one. Not seeing anything super special about it. Again, that one's not too bad here. That has one sign, and we're all pointing the wrong way. Nope. And nope. So pretty much what we got is good, is what I'm seeing. And I could start over with this, but it's essentially the same damn thing we've already got. So, right? All right. So back to the immediate problem. I think what we need to do is, don't get me wrong, this is beautiful. When you zoom out of it, the color of it is amazing, impressive. Problem is, you're not able to see this over it with that color. It needs to be more solid blue color. So what we're going to do, we are going to circle this entire eyeball here. Whole thing of my way. Really. Now let's see if it makes it disappear completely, or if it goes white, or if it does what I want it to do and make it more of a solid blue color. I don't think that's going to be the kitty. Cute kitty. Well, it gave me an eyeball, that's for sure. But it is green, reptilian, and pointing in the wrong direction. Yeah, no. 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 Keep going, buddy. We made us have to black in the center and kind of manually color in the rest of it. That's actually not horrible, except her eyes are green there, and generally we do blue. Oh. It's changed easy enough. Okay. Trust me, I do not like this. I think the previous eye that we had was gorgeous. But to get the end result we want, sometimes you have to do things you don't like. And this particular thing I don't like is using an eyeball that is not exactly the right color, not 100% the right shape either. But it should be enough. Get us where we want to go. So part of our problem is whatever this light source is up here, it's really not beneficial to what we're doing. But we are going to try to remove it. Getting in my way. Yeah. There we go. So basically what we want to do is we want to take full image, just make it a little bit opaque so you can see it. You see the color through it, and you can still see her iris beyond it. Yeah, you got to be able to see the black there. So I think if we hit like 65%. Yeah. What we're going to do is we're going to delete the mask we had on there before. And we're going to try this all over again now that we have the better eye behind us to work with. Break the fill down to no, I don't think we're going to have to actually put the names of the different woods on this version, simply because it's going to be so small. I don't think you're going to see it. Alright, so we did last time. We go around the edge of the eye, making sure that we don't touch the sign. Just want to get the edging. And you see how because we bent it, you can see the different weird, strange angles that it bends at, but it works really well with the eyeball itself. Right, we're just going to do a little bit of blending down here in the bottom, a little bit on the side, get that eye edge we're talking about. We don't want to go too heavy on the bottom because it'll erase the base of the signpost. We do want just the colored edge. There we go. And again, we're probably going to put this back through AI and have it repaint it so it's in the right version of watercolor style that we particularly are using for our modules. But we sometimes you got to build it in slightly different quality or a slightly different style first. I'm going to get some of the eye color in here. Not just all, you know, dark edge colors. We want to get the blue behind some of this. There we go. It has to look real, folks. It has to look real. That is the trick. Color has to go through it. You have to be able to see it and see what it is. What do we think? Is that enough? Let's zoom out and look. Pretty good. Cinematically, you can see it. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it when we actually do the repaint. We're going to make it pretty visible. Say 80%. Hmm. It's a tough one. You may not be able to see that very well in the actual module, but it's there, boys and girls. Definitely there. So go edit this a little bit because I don't like that her face is so kind of dinged up. Why it did that? I guess it's just the style of art that it was using. You don't want to mess with it too much, but kind of where we're going with it. Now, looks a little muddy right here. Doesn't look, you got a little bit of shading and area in there that's not exactly perfect. Like you're looking up at this, this part of her forehead. That's where the Wonderland logo sits. You're not going to see a lot of underneath there, but we did that to kind of merge a few pieces together and to kind of edit her eyebrow a bit so it wasn't quite so far up and so bushy. So now what we're going to do, we are going to try to repaint this and see if AI is on the same page as we are. We are very close to being done. Call it cover design. There we are. Can see the post in her eye. I'm a little concerned that once we do the repaint, you won't be able to see it at all. Well, let's give it a try. Let's see. Now, previously, we were doing repaints in Midjourney. Whenever they need to be done, or repainting, individual pieces or whatnot, and then merging them back together. But since GPT-2 came out, it has done a much better job of doing repaints in one kind of single move, rather than having to cut and chop and do, hours more work. We're almost on 4 hours here, folks, and I did 2.5 hours earlier today on this thing. So that's 6.5 hours working on one image. Yeah, talk to an illustrator. It'll take them that long to design something too. That's just about how long it takes. Could take more depending on what you're drawing, but here we are. So, in our case, we're going to slap this not into Midjourney, but into GPT. All right, we're going to load that, and we're going to say, "Hi, assistant. If I could spell, I would like you to repaint the attached image in the style dark." Right, and let's see what it does. Did I miss a meeting, or did that picture not look the way that we wanted it to? Let's go look, because I don't believe my eyeballs. Cover art, on 3. No, that's right. Okay, it was just, GPT doing what GPT does. Yeah, it looks very faded there. Didn't do that here. Very strange. Interesting. Look at that. You can see the signpost. It's not great, but you can see it. I actually kind of like that her face is a little dirty, but I kind of want to clean it up. I don't know. Let's try this. Clean up her face so that the coloring doesn't look dirty, and make the image her eye more prominent. Now, I have no idea if it's going to be able to do that. It's worth giving it a shot. That's really close, though. This is really, really close. Let's throw it in there and see what we got. Look at that. Now, granted, if we, faded it like we had, that might be the way to go. Give it a shot. Fill out here, fill down there. One more. More here. Here. It doesn't look quite the same, but boy, it does not look bad. Yeah, that's not too shabby. Not too shabby. Still a little too dark for what I'm looking for. I want to lighten up a little bit. What is going on here? Back to what we were doing. Yeah, see, now you're getting further away. I'm going to try this again. We'll just start it over. We'll pop it in here. Put the same prompt in. We'll say, please make sure the skin tone on the image isn't too dark or dirty / we want the repaint to be as accurate to the attached as possible, taking into consideration the watercolor paint style. Try it again. As we see here, this is not too bad, but you see how it's a little too splotchy. It's just a little too dark. I feel like. I could be wrong. We kind of make it dark. What's this? But in order to get the right shading on it, super dark. there you can't even tell she got a face. So if we move that to 26, do one of these. There you go. I mean, you kind of see. It's just that's the whole thing that bothers me is that, oops, it's that eye is too dark where you can't really see what is going on in there. You can see it's something, but you can't really see what it is. I want it to be a little more prominent than that. Not a lot, just a little. Okay. Really emphasized her eye. That really does not look correct. So I think we might have to do, and here becomes the problem because, or here's the current problem. The image that we're dealing with, or the version that we're is this. It's already darkened in the corner. So it's going to try to replicate that as it sees it. It's not seeing the full color image, so it's automatically going to cut that off and make it dirtier. What I kind of wanted was to have the image lightened by itself, and then go ahead and do the shading myself. So in order to do that, here's the tricky part. Do that, we've got to go all the way back to, when was our girl? This one? Yeah, okay. Well, I was going to go all the way back to using the original, but we're going to have to cut a bunch of stuff off her face and do like what we did the first time, and that is going to take way too much time. So, work what we've got. Face too much already. Try this again. One more again. All right, I'm going to repaint the attached image in the style of dark. All right, let's try that. So we're making it aware that the dark areas are shading and that it needs to treat that as such, because what it's doing now, when it repaints this, is it's treating those shaded areas as almost like dirt or mud or something that's still on the face of the character we're building here, the cover that we're building. It's taking that as part of her complexion or part of what the viewer is seeing when they look at her face, rather than it just being the lighting or the shadowing that's over it. So maybe if we specify exactly what those dark spots are, it can better repaint that part of the image, not make it look like she's been, running around the mud for 3 weeks, or 6 months, depending on how long she's been in Wonderland. Could we use the version where her face is a little muddy and dirty, sure, we can totally use that. We can lighten it up a little bit in certain places. We can bring out just the eye. What do we got here? Which one is better? How about neither? Because that doesn't look like her, and neither does that. All right. Good to know. I think we are going to stick what we've got here. So we are one more thing. We are going to throw it into Midjourney just to see, just that. Go in here and do repaint. Omni reference. All right. Give it a shot. Now, if that doesn't work, what we might end up doing is just doing this and go lighten the colors by percent, just to see if it can do it. I don't know. I never given it a percentage to run by. We'll see. But either way, you can always use this. It is not perfect, but it is absolutely not perfect either. Look at it on top of our original design. Off. Look at that, folks. It's pretty friggin' close. What I will say is I think it's elongating her a bit. Like it needs to be air. Making her nose freaking huge. I think we need to put it like this. Yes. There's the bridge of her nose. There's the other eye. There's where that eye is. Yeah, that should be like right. Get it right. That's the one. We've got to do some addition around the edges. Entirely feasible. This, see what it popped up for us. Okay. Still elongated, but definitely brighter. Definitely see the in there in her eye. Honestly, it's dark. Oh. What do we do? Very good question. Really want to prominently be able to see that, but I'm really not sure if we're going to be able to. Might be a little bit of a problem. So, test it out. Go with the new one. Drop it in. fit size-wise. That. Eyes are huge. Huge. All right, well, that's about where the nose is. The eyeballs are wild. Quite this. Crazy. All right, so nose is right there, and I've kind of got the nose. Get the eyeballs right. That has to go there. That kind of messes up the nose. There. There. Close enough. All right, so if we maneuver her a little bit, put her there. All right. Yeah, I just feel like that's going to be too dirty and dark. We'll see. All right. Since this is our original image, we're going to go ahead and put this in a folder now. There are, 6 layers there. It's going to be original face 2. Oh, because that's black. All right, so we take that off. Then we are going to extend all these little areas that need to be extended. Right up here. That extend image with similar style and composition. And off we go. To the races. Well, it's kind of what I asked for, but not really. That's better. Go with that. That in. Let's go ahead and this area in. With similar style and position. All right. And off we go. Not what I asked for, also not what I asked for, also not what I asked for. Loves to do that. Instead of actually extending the image correctly and basing it off of what it sees, it likes to just put a bar there like you're making a freaking picture frame. Yeah. Complete what I asked you. Not doing. And that maybe didn't happen to hit it right. All right, one more time. Here we are. Extend image with similar style and color. Okay. Yeah. More frame. in a situation like this, when it's giving you a frame, whether you like it or not, best thing to do is to still find the best image for, you know, closely to what you're looking for. Like for me, I'm looking to make sure her hair extends. I'm looking to make sure there aren't any weird black marks over here, and I'm also looking to make sure that uh, her palette right here stays looking normal. Like if you look here, her palette continues to like etch out, and it's starting to look really weird. Like it comes out here, and she's gonna have a lip and out here like this. That's not right. Look at that. Look at how far that goes out. What is going on there? That's an off ramp. That's not a lip. That one just disappears. That one also disappears. That one, another off ramp. And that one kind of disappears. So we are going to go with that one right now. What you do is you merge these two together, and instead of chopping this off and uh, and just doing the whole thing over again, you allow it to provide you with a slim sliver that was an extension of what you asked for. The rest is garbage. So now what you have to do is go put a box around the garbage and tell it to remove it. So instead of doing the thing that you asked in one step, it's going to eventually end up doing the thing that you asked in two different steps, one of which you shouldn't have had to do. Voila, there's the rest of her face. Now, the problem with the palette thing is look down here in the corner. It looks like her face is like sucked in. Not gonna matter, we're gonna shade it, who cares? But you see what it's doing because of that part right there. It looks like she has no lip now. These are the things you have to do. Now we've got that, we're gonna strip down this entire side here and extend image with similar style and composition. Bam. All right, and now we are going to try to see if it can make the left side of her face. Well, that's the left side of a face. I don't know if it's the left side of her face. Okay, all right. See what we did here? I'm telling you, I'm not happy with this image. I'm really not. Like, this is fine, whatever. Merge it. But that doesn't look at her eyeball. It looks like she's cross-eyed now. Not a fan. Not a fan. Yeah, see that? That doesn't. Not make me happy. Does not make me happy. Freaking. So, here's a difficulty. Not liking the repaints. Not a fan. Repaints are not coming out. Should. What is going on there? Look at those repaints. Ooh. That is not good at all. Horrible. Okay. Well, that failed. So if we take this one instead, let's lighten it up a bit. White as dark, white as goopy. Contrast. A little bit brighter. Buy that. Buy that. Now, my concern, always a concern, it's always one thing or another, right? First thing, way too much, way too much eyeball. All right, so what we want to do is I want to take this just for the giggles. Cover art, that for right. I want to throw you in here. All right, let's try. Actually, no. Wrong Omni reference. That Omni. Ooh. And see, this is part of the deal. Is, when uh, we're trying to put something in the watercolor style that we've kind of cultivated for Wonderland. Um, there's multiple different ways to get there. Sometimes you're actually designing in the watercolor style, so the pieces that you're putting together and sewing together are already in that style, and you're just blending and moving, moving things based on that. Um, then you run into something like what we've got going on now, where we've built image the way we want it to look with the content that we have, but the watercolor isn't as pronounced and it's not in the same exact style as we would want it. A lot of times, what Midjourney tends to do, and GPT does it too. A lot of the image editors do it. Towards they lean towards cinematic, three dimensional, like ultra realistic, uh, like Pixar level quality. I did Pixar level. I would say CGI level imaging. It leans towards that. It also leans towards like pencil drawn comic book almost illustrations. It leans those two ways. So if you're doing painting, you're doing any kind of sketching, any kind of illustration, any kind of art medium where you're putting color on a page, it's going to lean most of the time towards an illustrated pencil sketch and try to put it in ultra high definition 3D. It keeps pushing towards that lane. The other lane is the 3D cinematic ultra realistic. So if you start doing something and you want it to look, you use the word cinematic or you use the word realistic or something like that, then it's going to go that direction. Now, if you don't want either one of those exact directions, you have to kind of grab it and drag it to where you want it to be and keep holding on to it and dragging it there, because if you don't, Midjourney and AI in general will just start leaning right back to what it's used to. Um, so yeah, a lot of the times you're going to have to Did it truly just ignore what I just said? It absolutely did. It just dumped both of my requests. Fantastic. Right. Do it. Do it again. Oh, we're queued. Must be a busy night. It is 11:37 p.m. here on the East Coast, and we are building Wonderland Nightmares and Dreamscapes. As always, I am your host, the Design Merc, also the co-founder and co-creator of Wonderland Nightmares and Dreamscapes. And we are putting together the book cover for Module 3 out of our 14 module campaign. Everything right in front of your eyes so you can see exactly how we do this. Well, so while we're waiting for Midjourney to queue or whatever it's doing, realize it would be a busy time of night, but we're going to play with this image right here and see if this can end up being our finished product. Add and extend image. Similarly, with similar style and composition. Pop that in. Right. How'd we do? All right, that little sliver there doesn't look too bad. And side extend image with similar style and composition. How we doing? Still queued, still starting. Really taking its time here tonight, isn't it? Anyway, sweet. Right. What do we got? What do we got? If this extends properly, I still think it's a little dark. A little dark and dirty. What I'm really looking for. It might work though. Sometimes that happens. There's a fair share of the time that I'm designing something where whenever I'm nearing the finish line on it, I may not necessarily 100% like what I'm putting out or what's been designed, and that's not necessarily a deal breaker. Um, as long as it hits uh, all the dots that I needed to hit as far as the milestones of creating it. I need to make sure that it's Lorena's face. I need to make sure you can see her eyes really well. I need to be able to see the crossroads sign or the signpost in her eyes. It needs to be dim enough to where I can put the Wonderland logo on it. Once it hits all those kind of points, everything else is kind of eye of the beholder and how you you know, style you're using, how you want it to look, things like that. And that's, you know, it's kind of up to you, the actual individual, how that should look. So it doesn't actually necessarily work the same way for everybody. Fix a couple pieces here, and we're going to fix some stuff up top right corner and a little bit by her left eye there, because it is not, should be shaded, so it doesn't matter. Let's just get there. Crazy about it. I don't like this area right in here. Remove object. We can still see our road signs in there. I'm just, you're really going to have to look. I mean, we knew that going in, that there was a real slim chance that you were truly going to be able to read that the way we want it read. Yeah, that's all going to be faded anyway. You're really not. Go with that. And down here, this there. Stay pin. Anyway, Photoshop problems, it happens. All right, we got this in place. Let's go ahead and here, let's rip this up. Remove object. Help if I can spell. At least some latent dyslexia showing up there. All right. Come on, Photoshop. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Now that looks like the end of a face. Messing with. Yeah, that's fine. It can be nondescript like that. No problem with that. All right, so we merge these two things together. This is our face. Now, that's our original face. That's this face, painted one. Now, they're not going to be exact. They're going to be fairly close. Like you look at where her eye position is, that's pretty close. I feel like we need to put a little bit of white right in here, because if you look here, you can see the white of her eyes underneath that, and it makes it look so the iris and the eyeball are looking away. With this, first of all, it looks like she has some kind of weird alien snake eye thing going on. And on top of that, it looks like she's cross-eyed because the eyeball bleeds right into where the white space should be. We can fix it. That's what we do. We're going to take this white section right here. And this is an old school move, folks, so watch carefully. This is what us design hustlers used to do before AI. Well, technically, can't do this with AI either, so to that. Flip, little anglage, little reductionage. roundies, roundies, but like that. All right, so we got the right piece there. Look at this again. Okay, so it looks like the hair is going over where it needs to go. There's just more underneath. There's more white underneath her eye. Not really the side of her eye that we need to focus on. It's yo. Not distorting the way I want, that's for sure. All right, we're gonna have to. We played with it too much. Oops. That part. There we go. I just played with it a little too much and it got a little wonky. So we got to go do this again. Here's our half moon, quarter moon. Whoa. This way. Mm-hmm. There we go. That's what we were looking for. Yay. That should be close enough. So now, how do we fix that? Well, got all that blue underneath there. Do is take this bad boy up. Your eyelashes. That. This up. Mm-hmm. Lighten it just a bit. A 70. Not quite gonna match what's going on, but it doesn't have to. So all we're looking at is whether that's the right shape or not. Pretty close. Pretty close. I think that'll work. Okay, so this needs to be a little more. Fun. That's about as close we're gonna get. Let me get rid of that, and that'll work too. Okay, so merge these together. We kind of got that where we want it a little bit. perfect, but that's okay. Do, but right, that you also object makes it white. That's what I needed to do. Hey, look at that. Look at ooh, that. Friends is how it's done. Take our healing brush and we heal our action here. No, not how we. You know, I'm not liking any of that. What I am liking is getting rid of whatever this bullshit is. Do that. Now you're messing with my eyeball. All right. So assuming we got that right, this is the right style that we're looking for. It's definitely the right composition. Uh, Now, if we move out, there we go. Now that's better. That's not too bad. At least I can visibly see her eye. I know her face is a little fine. The original. Look at that. How close that is. Now her eyes are a little bit bigger. Nose is in the right place though. All right. Technically, if we shadow this, similar to how we shadowed this, we'll be all right. Here's what we're gonna do. Putting this bad boy down. Turn it on. And we are going to shadow. So, I'm gonna make a duplicate layer of this first, just in case I screw it up. Last thing we want. So, all the way back out so you can see the whole thing. Go do the process we did the last time. Trying to make this look like this. Do that. That might be part of it too. That may be why that's not showing up as well, because whatever that nonsense is, not look like the post. Sorry, just caught that. Just happened to see why that wasn't working. Let's. I just. There we go. Getting there. It's thinking about it. Okay, keep going. There we go. That's better. Got a post on there. I think we may have to keep that one just so you can see the damn thing. Might actually be what we end up doing. Considering we are now sneaking up on 5 hours in this session. Ooh, this guy's shoulders are starting to ache. That one. I can fade it a little bit. Yo, hey, not what I asked for. Thank you very much. Well, there's no need in fading it because that's just going to look worse. So I don't know. I'm not feeling that particularly. Promise, we're almost done, folks. Say we aren't going to be here all night, but we've already been here all night. Is nearing the midnight hour. We have been doing this for roughly 5 hours now. Time throw in the chips. Let's go stick with that one. Ugh. I really don't. It just doesn't look. All right, that's close enough for government work. Go with that one. Out. Now we've just got to shade it the right way. So, before we duplicate this, just in case we mess it up, we get our gradient out. We make sure we are not on reverse. And throw our Wonderland logo up there so we know exactly where we're at. Start at the center of our eye and go way, way past the page. That. There's that. That. Pretty close, kids. Pretty close. One thing that gets me, it's right in this nose. Right there. The angles are a bit off. I think it's because this is already dark here, right in this corner for nose. Yeah, it's super dark there. Right again. This time I'm going to actually do it with a mask and see if the mask changes the way that shading happens. So do that. We're going to do this. Because this is a mask, I have to put this one down at the bottom and do this over it because it's not a mask. So that is how we're comparing these two. They look close enough. Yeah, they pretty much do. Pretty much do. I feel like that's brighter. Like it went overboard there. And that All right, let's give it one more shot. Down a little bit here. So careful. Here. On there. Corner. All right, take a look at that. Look at that. It's very similar, except manual way. I don't know about you guys out there, but I shave by sight. So this is kind of done same way. You really just have to eyeball it. So there. This is close, cozy, darker. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Darker. Here, so white, white. There we go. That, folks, is pretty close. All things considered. There is our original cut, sewed, stitched, doctored, surgeoned version. And right on top of that, or right underneath it in our case, is our watercolor repaint. So, I think we have neared the end. This looks like our Module 3 cover. What do you say? Not too shabby, kids. That's the info for Module 1. That'll appear very clearly. That will look pretty good. And I think we have completed this cover. What do you say? Been a long night, been a long day. We are almost exactly at 5 hours. I say we save this baby and call it a night. So, from the Design Merc here in Wonderland Studios, or Creative Catastrophe Game Studios, as we'd like to call it, CCG, we bid you good night and good luck. See you again tomorrow afternoon.